Alright, welcome back everyone. So, 2 maps left, and only one of them is bonus experience eligible, because, you know, what would we even do with bonus experience earned from endgame? So, let's see. I don't think I did. Yeah, I don't think I really outfit everyone. So it looks like I'm still using, like, partly broken weapons here and stuff. Use it for the trial maps? I don't think you actually could, though, because you don't get a base camp for the trial maps. Alright, we'll use the low use physics for this map, because we probably want to keep the high use physics around for actual endgame. We won't be rushing it just because we don't need to, since there won't be a turn count limit, but there are, like, a lot of dudes on that map. Well, I guess I did some equipping, because I have the Lagoos equipment on. So I guess I just didn't bother with the healers. I think I don't have that much money left, do I? I could sell some stuff, though. Yeah, I have basically no gold. Well, sorry, Riz, but I don't think you're getting promoted, and the 5,000 is more valuable. Hey, Sarek. Easy finale? Well, not exactly, but... we definitely won't be rushing ourselves to make a turn limit, so the enemy bulk will be less relevant. So I guess if we're not promoting reds, then we don't need the light tomes, because no one will ever use those. Apparently we can't sell the double, though. Do a quick check here, because I think we still got, like, a decent amount of throwing lances we can use for next chapter. We got 2 short axes, yeah, so I think we want to make... we probably want to make forged throwing axes for the last 2 forges of the game. Because Astrid and Marshall will be going around. I guess... actually, yeah, we probably want to split this among Jill and Astrid too, depending. So yeah, Marcia's got enough special throwing lances as is. So yeah. Because Astrid and Marcia and possibly Jill will be doing a lot of enemy phasing in the next map. Like the one after this one, so... we'll want them to have stuff that's a little bit better than the stock hand axes. Should have trained Rolf, yeah, clearly. He wrote it, you've only played 3 houses, they clearly, or they stole this song. Clearly, yes. So I guess, names are up for grabs for anyone who wants to name the last 2 forges. One now, and then once we get to the next map, or next base camp, then I'll make the other ones, so I can only do 1 forge per chapter. So any takers on the name, redeem now. Remember that there's a 7-character limit, because the way the translation is implemented here. The Lemuin, okay. And what color would you like that to be? I think it is. Maybe your favorite Arknights character, pink-haired angel in a wheelchair with a big sniper rifle. That's a hell of a mental image. I guess I should probably... commit the A supports at this point, too. I guess it doesn't matter too much for Ike. Because no matter Soren or Racing, because of the way the rounding works, he can't get more attack out of his A support. And Soren is more likely to be able to safely trail him in the last map. And I think since Jill's strength makes her a better enemy phaser, I'm gonna do A support with Mist. Or Mist A support with her instead of Titania. And then Astrid's got nothing. So this is probably gonna get a bit hairy. The 10 turn clear, and there might be a few enemies. You know, just a few. There might be a few siege gems too. Just let Ike kill everything. I mean, that's a little bit of a plan. Forget his... So Lindsay isn't available for this map? It's been a while and I rarely use her in Path of Radiance, but I guess she's not available. Forget the story reason, but I guess she's on the bench. Which means... She's also disappeared with my ward staff. I don't think I can get that back without resetting the game now. Alright, well, we only have to redo the supports anyway. Some story reason that made no sense. It's been long enough that I don't even remember. Okay, in that case also... I guess we'll make Mordecai hold the spare physic. And she can trade for it after. Alright. So we could technically use pure waters, but I'd rather use our ward staff. Okay, now... So, you know what, at this point, pretty much no one else on the team needs the string. So I think I'm just gonna give Titania the energy drop. I could give it to... Kenneth, but like... There's no way she really catches up. It's already a lot of effort for Marcia to get kills now, even with Adept with her 23 strength, so just like... Tanith may as well just stick to doing magic weapons, wherever it's applicable. Do we care about having bulk here? So I don't think... Like, we could try to steal the stairs, but would that actually do anything for us, really? So it's probably better just to have like Lethe and have her able to shove people around. Especially since we do need to take this nominally fast. You don't remember this map at all? I mean, it kind of just comes out of nowhere. It technically has story relevance, but like, as far as being telegraphed by the main plot, it's just not. IMCH. Nice crit. See those Lagoon's Lance uses. So we might want to use them for the final map. It'll depend, because we will be doing a lot of just spamming 1 to 2 range weapons. But also those dragons are really bulky. Wow, we can do 6 full damage with the both. Truly amazing work. Nice crit. Okay, well I guess we don't need to worry about Brave Axing with Jill anymore. Alright, seems like a good enough opening for the first turn here. How foolish. Thinking going after Tabarn would be productive. Damn, Jill. The guard slash cancel part of the that Vantage build is not really doing anything. But I guess the Vantage is a bit funny here and there. Oh, there we go. Get cancelled. Those enemies really want a piece of Marsha. And it's actually because they're boxing her. She can't actually get at the sage over there. We could attack him with a javelin, but we'd have to adapt to get the kill. An ironic flame lance usage. An ironic flame lance usage. Actually funny use of the Regal Blade. Actually, so I could have Marsha dive this one. How scary are these tigers? Just a little bit. So I'll go for the one where we like have a secure kill and then see if we can get the other one afterward. Not a huge deal the damage she's taking, but just in case the dragon decides to turn around and beat her. Hello, Nuggy West. You're with friends playing Heroes of the Storm. Fair enough. It's Blackthorn, you're too lazy to go to the other account. Oh, you have multiple accounts? Is it a problem with needing it for dealing with having multiple devices or something? Oh boy. There's still so many enemies, and I'm pretty sure there's some reinforcements too. Actually, I should check that. Because we need to be ready for that. Let's see. Yeah, turn 5 and 6 puts a bunch of stuff in front of the boss. Oh, apparently turn 8 as well? Because, you know, clearly weren't enough enemies on the map already. Just on the main computer because your laptop can't play Heroes. Go on your laptop because your roommate might get angry if you don't get off before he gets home. Oh, so is that your roommate's Twitch account? After the Black Knight, you remember nothing. I mean, there's not really much else. Because like Nado's Castle was the previous map. So there's like this and then Ashnard. So there really isn't much in between. This is just like a really weird extra map. Look at these jerks trying to be extra rude. I'm not sure if Marcia can get at that bishop. At least not safely. Or without needing to gamble on Adept proccing, because I don't think we'll be able to kill him with a Javelin at this point. He doesn't mind that you use it. It's just, you don't know if he's gonna stream something when he gets home or not. Okay. See you in a few minutes then. It is nice that Tabarin is just a blender here. These ravens really that fast that he doesn't double them? Yeah, I guess apparently Tabarn and Path of Radiance only has 27 speed, so he misses the double on some of these. You know what, because the sweep's not gonna go for Marsha. What I think I'll do is I'll kill the Siege Tome and then pick this guy off and retreat with her the turn following. I guess to set that up, I might use the Brave Lance here so that she kills the Hawks for sure. It's like she's capable of killing them just by getting an Adept proc on the Silver Lance, but she hasn't been doing it. And if we plan to get this guy, I don't want to be surrounded by Hawks when she goes in, or attempts to go in, because, well, actually, these trees will stop her from being surrounded. So maybe we just don't really care that much. Yeah, it might actually be fine, I guess. So let's position like this. So if they block her on this side, then it allows her easy access to this bishop from the top. So that takes care of the 3 front-mode siege tomes, but there's a Bolting, a Blizzard, and a Meteor just hanging out back here next to Edwin and his Bolting too, so we ain't done with the siege tomes yet. I guess it is annoying if he moves away like that. I suppose at this point we may as well see if we can just run it out. Because we only have one charge left. Welcome back. You said you got burned out on Emo, but your own fault. Yeah, you were grinding a lot, but I mean, to be fair, the math on getting 1,000,000 points with a fairly new account is pretty brutal. So like, also Cygame's fault. Tabarn actually taking damage. Heresy. No, of course we adept procced on the one that low rolled its bulk, so we didn't need the adept proc there. Classic. Okay, that adept actually mattered. Wow, Tabarn just not dodging anything while it's on. Hey, Tail Saga. Coast is relatively clear here. Whoa, strength, magic, speed. Miss you're ready to do some DBS. Are there real chances of Tabaran dying? Like, usually it's really low, because Tabaran's quite bulky and dodgy, but he's face tanking a lot of stuff right now. Technically speaking, it's pretty tough for him to die, just because, like, he has to get hit by multiple dragons, but still, like, if he's YOLOing in, and he decides to keep not dodging stuff, it could actually become a problem. Pretty slim odds, but you know. Tabaran's trying to have it happen to him. To be fair, you did play a lot before the event, probably did not help. True, but I mean, that's just new account enthusiasm, right? Yeah, you may notice the pack of like 6 dragons hanging out in front of the boss. It's possible for that to get a little iffy for Tabaran if he decides to not do the whole dodging thing. It's kind of annoying that guy's on the move already, but I guess it was sort of necessary to get rid of the sleep. Ow. I guess Tabaran was getting aggro them anyway. Ooh. Tabaran getting hit by the meteor, too. That couldn't have been a particularly high chance. Oh, look. Anyway, never mind. I was like, look, one of the reinforcements is pulping. No, it's just Hogaze. It's just this guy was caught in the middle of it. Yeah, that was like 30 hits and 2 RN. So like, I guess it's still like a 20 to 25% actual chance, but Tabaran is not really helping himself here. It's the conclusion. I don't think there's any way the Fortify reaches the barn, even with 12 range. Well, I stand corrected, actually. Rare usage of Fortify cited. Hit rate kinda sucks. But Javelin could technically kill that bishop. But we don't want March to be in range of that dragon. So I guess we'll see. Of course. Let's see, and his range is 11. So let's put Jill here. Because with her low red, she probably lures him into trying to Sleeper or Titania. So we can trick him into coming closer and pick him off. It's fine. Slows things down, but we can't just charge straight into a pack of dragons and siege tomes. That will end very poorly. Do I know how it's possible to get Swing Maestro without the Super Creek SSR card? Either it has to be through the Uma's own unlockable potentials, or you can borrow the Power Rice Shower card, which also has it as part of an event chain. New Pokemon shows that the series really needed more water. We worry more water is the most important part of Pokemon. I mean, I thought the most important part was Pikachu. Why else would they put like a full minute into the start of the trailer of just Pikachu? Oh, cool. Thanks, the barn. Although, also, that might get a little ugly for Debar. He is now in the middle of a whole lot of dragons. Yeah, the cards show you what skills they give. If you look at, because if you look at their hints, and if you look at their events, it'll show you what skills come out of the chains. Clearly, Department lives on the limit. Yeah, apparently. Oof. Being beaten by that blizzard is not good. I might have to pull him back. Good Pavis. Because he takes 16 from the dragons. Uh-oh. The barn? Okay, that can't body box the other dragon from reaching, but this also creates a huge mess. Javarin has in fact Leroyed a little too hard. Is there a problem if he dies? I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure if it makes him unavailable for endgame or not. Granted, I guess we would probably pick Gifka regardless, but still. Damn, Miss is going ham on those levels. Miss, big brother, please give me a sword. Like for the last time, Miss, no. True. Alright, Warren's back at full for now. Boltac stonks. I mean, I put it on her, but I don't think it's actually going to be useful. She was doing... She had 2 times 6 wasted damage against dragons using it. So it might be a little bit of a bust. Man. Turn 6 and there's still so much garbage here. We have 4 turns after this to actually seize. I guess it might be time to add more to the chaos. Of all the things to go for to learn. Okay, at least he didn't face tank the Blizzard, he just face tanked the Brave Bow. But these guys are really afraid of Ike and Astrid. Hopefully we don't break the Brave Lance here. I'm okay using it, but if we use a lot of durability, I want to hammer in it afterward. Because we'll probably need it for endgame. Well, Marsha tried. Oof. It's a good thing that one dragon got distracted by Marsha. The Baron really is just living life on the edge here. Oh hey, the alerts are working again. I did a little bit of diagnostics after stream last night. I wasn't sure if it worked just because, like, I had no real things to test it with. Only the Streamlabs test stuff, which is not, like, not what I consider real, because it bypasses the actual queue. Thanks for the follow, Zero Rhythm. So many targets. We really want to get rid of these siege tomes, but like, they're just kind of sitting over here, doing their own thing. Which leaves them covered by a lot of enemies. See if we can maybe draw that other dragon off onto Nazir. The one that was fighting Marsha. Let's see if we can get this meteor to attack either Jill or Titania. Tavarna has 20 res, so we should be able to trick him into attacking something a little juicier. And then just kill him with whoever afterward. I guess Wraithen's probably not very concerned about being in range of the meteor. He has 31 res. He takes 8 damage. You're bored, you should sleep, but who needs that? Plus your back is killing you. It's Friday, you'll be fine. Or it's Friday, you'll be fine. Yeah, just sleep in later, I guess. I guess hopefully the pain subsides. 'Cause that always sucks. Alright, more chaos! Oh good, okay. Well, I guess we don't have to lair the meteor. Tabarin realized he should probably attack the meteor. So like every other turn, he picks a good target. Speaking of picking bad targets, that bishop going into melee against Tabarin. Amazing big brain play. These dragons really have a thing for attacking Tabarin. Okay, there we go. So I was like, Astrid takes just as much damage. Same with Ike. Face tanking that bolting. Probably have to fortify again here. And wow, nice tigers. I didn't think that dragon moved away from protecting Headwind, but apparently it does. So yeah, there's a few extra enemies. Because, you know, why not, I guess. Ow. Wow, bolting only does 25 to the dragon here. It's disgusting. Oh wow, Astra doesn't double? Damn it, that's so annoying. We might get timed out here, because, like, these extra tigers add so much buffer. And, like, this stupid dragon over here is already far too tanky. Good dodge. Jeez. This is getting strength for the last 3 levels in a row. She is angry. Of course. God damn it, Soren. Well, hopefully not picking that guy off doesn't cost us. Because we only have 2 turns left after this. See, the problem with the regular Pegasus Knights here is they're drawing fire. From stuff that's like not the dragons, and now we just got like a bunch of tigers sitting beside us and whatever. Well, salute you, Falcon Knight. Distracting those dragons may have actually just cleared the way, depending on how the tigers move and stuff. Especially since some of these high rolls, so we don't one-round them with Ike. Isn't that nice? I guess at least the rest of these will kill themselves onto Barn. Although even to Barn doesn't one-round all of these. Yeah, that's really annoying, because now we're surrounded by a bunch of low hit point tigers. And Ike is one short of actually making it to the seize point. So we can't try to end it early this turn either. Well, I guess we can if we can clear enough of... I guess if we can clear enough of this so that Mordecai can get through and shove Ike. Disaster to have catnip on her. I feel like Ike's the one with the catnip, if anything. Finish it now. I kind of want to just kill this higher level one as Spite though. Ow. How dare. I guess we'll greed some staff experience, and that's probably about all we can do. Actually, I guess Teneth could kill this one injured tiger, too. Still speed-averse, but I guess you got some more luck. Alright, let's get out of here. The stupid amount of extra bodies just like thrown at us in the last few turns before the time limit would hit is very annoying. Alright, 200 is what we expected, and that is the final bonus experience map. Now we just need to do endgame and kill Ashnard. We will be making one more Forged 10x, so if anyone wants to redeem for a name and a color, it'll be the last Forge of the run. They'll probably get broken like immediately, because we're gonna dive into a bunch of dudes and use all of our throwing weapons. I'm gonna move this Brave Lance over the Racing so that we can hammer him at some point. Time for a casual stroll through Crimea's capital. Yep. What could go wrong? Absolutely nothing, I say. Well, I guess Riz was also carrying Physic. Soren didn't hit C though, so he won't be able to Physic. Okay. I think we might have to sell some stuff. So I think like 6,000 here. Yeah, so we need like 3,000 more. Shouldn't be too hard to scrounge up. In fact, we really don't need the growth bands anymore. Those would be an easy sell. Yeah, let's just sell, like, the Archer Band or whatever. And, no Wyvern band too. There we go. Alright, so here's the forge. Anyone want to claim the name? Redeem now if you want to. No takers on the final hand axe. If no one else will. I think it's petered off for interest, so if you want to grab it again, go ahead. Exucii? Alright, that's quite the name. And red. Is that another Arknight's character? Angel with a railgun. I feel like that game might have a thing for angels with guns. Okay. So I guess... Is there any other skills we want to distribute here? Because most of our like, primary carries are actually running things. I could put Soul on Miss if I wanted to. Seems kind of silly, but she could technically run it. Actually, Parody might be an interesting thing for Soren. Because he's probably not going to be beside Ike all the time, so if the enemy is on terrain and I want to use a Siege Tome, I could try parodying to negate the terrain bonuses. Yeah, I guess I could just throw experience to finish leveling. Like Titania and Mist and Soren. I think I'll skip the rigging and the crawling here. I'll just throw it at them, and whatever they get is whatever they get. Arcanite's angels are big on firearms. Getting their personal gun is part of their coming of age. Huh. Okay then. Well, she kept skill and speed. Unfortunately, that strength is just gonna have to be where it is, although I guess it's only 3 short of capping, so it's kind of whatever. She was never going to try to dive everyone the same way Astrid or Marsha are at this point, anyway. Alright, more skill and speed. A little bit of luck. Alright, it's extra hit. Whatever works. Okay. I think we're about ready to go in. I don't think it actually makes a difference whether he speaks or not, but we gotta make it epic. Alright, and Nazer is required. I'm like, why is he not at the bottom? Where's Bastion? Yeah, there it is. So 2 of them can trade for the remaining siege tomes if Sora needs someone to help finish off. And you know what, with how much damage Marsha was taking, I think I give her the Sarah Probe. I guess I need to go back. I don't know why they don't allow us to use it on map in the prep screen. What else do we have? We got secret books, which Jill's capped, Marsha's capped, Astra's capped, Titania's capped. So I guess we give it to Soren? What is his cap? Because it would be helpful to have as high siege tome hit rate as possible. Alright, Sage caps at 28. So I guess we could just give him both skill books, or secret books. Like, the only other candidate is Tanith, who is probably less important for stuff, just because, like, yeah, she can do funny magic weapon things, but Soren is a C-Shum user and our strongest one, so... Ghost Icon, I could give to Ike though, like his luck is already pretty good. And even if he does get hit a bunch, like he's gonna activate Wrath Resolve and then start chopping through things. So if anyone should have it, it should probably be Jill. Okay, Ike is capped. I guess I can give the Dracos to Titania. There's pretty much no one else aside from like maybe Tanith who could use them. Ike gets capped on res. Might give the talisman to maybe Astrid. As far as speed users goes, I could technically give it to Tanith. Soren probably sort of makes the most sense, I guess, assuming he's not just doing C-Shum stuff. Actually... what if we gave the Speedwing to Nazer? It might make more sense here. Let's see, Transformation for White Dragon is another 3 speed, so he goes up to 25. If we give him the Speedwing, that pushes him to 27. Which would actually matter for dragon-to-dragon combat. Doesn't help him against Swordmasters. Everything else he seems to otherwise double. Oh, it would help against Paladins, too. Whereas pushing Soren to 25 I don't think actually does anything. There's like Halberdiers you could double, but... yeah, I think Nazer is the right choice here. And then... Spirit Dust. Well, Soren is magic capped, so I guess we give it to Tanith. Since she is doing funny magic weapon stuff. fact, it'll probably just, like, not matter, but, you know. Why not? She didn't get magic. Oh, wow. Yay, we get all the seashells. Green sword hype. I mean, maybe. Actually, does Tap have... I think she does actually have a skill rank for it. Sure, we'll give it to her. Who else is gonna use it anyway? Is Ike getting the attack boost here? Because currently he's getting 1 from race, and he can go up to 46. Either way, he needs crits. These tigers are too damn bulky. But yeah, I forgot that Bryce has a speedway on, you know, the final map. Makes total sense, right? Let's see. Is this the advantage? Yeah, this guy is Deadeye, which can be very annoying to deal with if he gets lucky. So you need to keep that in mind. Otherwise, I don't think there's actually stats effects here, it's just siege spam. Okay, let's do this. Well, that's gonna be a little bit annoying. Okay, well, I guess we'll dive with Marsha then. Might get a little ugly up this side then, too. Alright, we're just gonna have to go here and like keep these guys busy with Astrid. I need to distract these guys too over here. It's gonna get a bit messy though, because like there's a killer bow in the mix. Because at least the generals have pretty poor movement, so we can figure something else out, I guess. I noted. Plans after I'm done with Path of Radiance is we're gonna do a no reclass Awakening run. Ow. Damn, nice crit. Yeah, this central area is about to get real messy. What difficulty you want to do that? Lunatic Plus, of course. You recently finished your Lunatic Plus Awakening run. Congrats. Both on taking the plunge and getting through it. Not many people give it the time of day. Alright, there's a soul. Nice crit. Here they come! Alright, 2 stage gems down. Just the one on the right left. So I guess we just keep cutting these guys back to slowly kill them, and then we can dive the sniper afterward. Nice crit. Oh yeah, I'm gonna swap Marsh over to helping on this side. I don't know if there'd be too much value trying to lure this guy into Titania. So let's have Titania positioned to help on the right side as well. And this is with 2 attack supports too, buffing him up here. Get cancelled. Double cancelled. Leaders can't, or like the Lagoon's Royals don't get to spawn in until after we phase change Ashnard. I'll probably pick Gifka when we do that, although if things go well, Ashnard should just die before Gifka has a chance to even approach. Like how those 3 aren't even in the game on Hard and Above. I mean, hey, Tavarin helped us as a yellow unit in the last chapter, so there's that. You like being able to bring Nasella? I mean, he's the one with probably the most story presence overall. I guess Tavarin's pretty involved too. But he's kind of the one with the most interesting stakes, I guess. But also, he's just the worst at fighting Ashnard. Alright, well. Rip one of our hand axe forges. That's a really shit hit rate. I guess you managed to land it, though. Good job, Bastion. You did things. Rude. Alright, its right side should at least be under control, sort of. The left side is still like Astrid versus the world. $37 is a lot of damage, so I guess probably want to get into the brush here. Although I guess with a Night Ward pushing her to 29 defense, she should be relatively safe. Try that Brave Lance over to Marsha. Wow. 2 attack supports, barely one-rounding the enemy cats. Oh, and we missed it on one of them. Man. Like, what else do they expect me to do? Give Ike more strength, yes. We gotta go forward in time and get the Vanguard promotion from Radiant Dawn. Down? Jill Engie. That's a hell of a vantage crit. Oh boy, Asteroid Side is gonna be super slow. I probably should have brought a bow or something. Although, no, actually, I guess since they're short axes, they just attack her at one range. What's that wyvern have? I forget what he has. It might be Nihil, maybe? Oh, my short axe. I guess everyone's gotta back off so I can do his thingy. Because these wyverns can fly over the fountain. I should have attacked with Ike first before moving Soren. I guess it's not gonna make too much of a difference damage-wise, but... yeah, I guess it doesn't, because we can also... like, he one-rounds it regardless at this point. Or finishes it off. Nice, actually hit. Getting a little cramped over here. Yeah, this guy does have me heal. Man, this guy has so much defense that the Brave Axe doesn't even do that much more damage. Actually, it does exactly the same damage as using a Silver Axe. That's kind of depressing, not gonna lie. I can bait some away, but like, not that many. Just cause like, I mean, I guess I got the Sonic Sword. Sonic Sword and Soren are all we really have. Bastion and Khalil are too unreliable since they're not trained. They're kind of like a last-ditch effort in case we need to do multiple Siege Tome attacks. Oh wait, crap, I left Raisin there. Well, Raisin is definitely dead. Alright, well I guess might as well reset because he's not gonna well, let's see, I guess we'll see if he survives, maybe. No, that's too many wyverns. We're just gonna reset. That was a big mistake. To have faith, what, to survive 5 wyverns? That's not happening. Path of Radiance, it's enemies have more bulk than hit, but like Raisin only has 64 avoid. Those guys have like 110 attack. So any one of those actually connecting just kills him. Oh, I ended a turn without moving Raisin, and he would just get one shot by the wyverns. And he would have to, he'd basically have to win 5 coin flips to not just die, so rather than waste like 15 minutes on an enemy phase, we just reset. I wish Raisin was a little bulkier. I mean, I just shouldn't have left him in range. That's like the long and short of it. Okay, I guess Tan's gonna crit that. You'd reset because of the EP phase link, or yeah, enemy phase link too. Just wanted to make a joke about Pathing Radiance with questionable enemies. Yeah, I mean, against a built tank, it would definitely be questionable. That small amount just hit a. Oops. Alright, I guess I accidentally pulled the blizzard there too. Well, that makes things a bit awkward. I guess better getting him out of the way sooner rather than later, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can be able to finagle a kill on him right away. I could probably use the rescue to bring Jill back, I guess. Kill him with that and then rescue her out. Went crazy with the map animations because they know everyone won't be having animations on with this many enemies. Maybe. I usually do play with animations on, but because the amount of resetting required to LTC this game, I just have had the animations off. Because it make it take absolutely forever to have to redo some of those maps like 4 or 5 times. Neo can't even reach. Probably gonna have to be a bit more active on the right side now because of this. You had to put dolphin speed up on your controller for your first Maniac playthrough of this. Fair enough. It's the only FP game where you've used it. Yeah, the sheer enemy count here definitely does get a little crazy. This might get slightly ugly. We'll see though. The dragon's high rolling defense definitely does not help. Perfect use of the last 3 spear uses, I suppose. That guy didn't want to go into the bush shit, I guess. At least I think he could have reached the corner bush. Well, Flame Lance is like nothing to those. Not exactly what I pictured I'd be doing with the Lagoons Lance here, but... Nice crit. But we're doubling this general with Blizzard. Means we can do that. Probably should have healed here before we moved out, but well. I guess the way this is now, it's technically safe for Racing to still be there. I guess what we can do is get some more damage in on this dragon.
How long have you been standing there?
Hey Kirby, thanks for the raid. That was the rest of Radiant Dawn. How far did you push it after Ileana's volcanic cookout? missed a horseware on the bridge map. Gasp. Salute to Kieran. I mean, Kieran's been missing for an awful long time at this point. Welcome, Raiders. We're doing a max bonus experience run of this game on Maniac. Although I guess we're technically done with that part now, because Endgame has no bonus experience requirement. So now we're just dealing with Ashnard's massive army spam. Ow. Oh, Kieran died on your side, okay. I thought you were still referencing us leaving Kieran behind in the jail. You get to finish the bridge map, but Kieran blew up, so next week. Kieran should have just simply dodged. It's his own fault. He claims that he's among the best. His skills should have been up to par. Fails the double halves and warriors with 1 to 2 speed. Thanks, Paladin speed cap. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a trend for Radiant Dawn, is the tier 2 classes are largely just insufficient. Oh wait, that was with... Oh, I see, okay, yeah. Because even after promoting, being Paladin speed cap would still make Gold Knight not really do it. You think he went up to 26 speed in Gold Knight? Yeah, which is just kind of not enough. Well, Marcia is like slightly trapped. Only slightly though. Well, I mean, I tried to make the Bolt Axe memes work. It just... It's not enough of a difference, even against generals. Don't quite do enough damage to get her out, killing the general. Yeah, we're short by 1. So we might have to actually just use the rescue. Went up to 25. Yeah, 25 is definitely too low. He's starting to look a little hairy on this side, though. Particularly since these wyverns have a lot of attack. Alright, I guess this wyvern's here too. This shouldn't have a problem being attacked once, but it's kind of annoying. Have them in my hair like that. I guess most of the ground enemies don't really do too much. Just this warrior. Can probably have Jill in range just entirely. I guess one other thing I could do is just have Mazer's shove missed out. But that'll probably cause... Well, no, I guess these other wyverns don't reach far enough, so it probably doesn't cause that many issues. You know what, I'm gonna let them initiate on Astrid. Because if I attack this guy directly, he might just run away to try to get heals. Alright, we have Ike online. Well, I guess there are worse enemies to be hit by. Build's not working out so well for Jill, what it would probably be. I guess not exactly crucial, but it would be great if she could, you know, actually proc some vantage guards here. Really? Going for Jill over Nazer. Kinda surprising. Alright, there's the cancel, finally. Send a turn by accident there, that would have been bad. Guess we can leave the rest of Ike here, technically, if we want to. Just flip it around and then hide Jill. Because Vantage or Wrath Resolve Ike will just massacre everything here. I guess just gotta body block this Wyvern. Definitely gonna be just doing like really shitty damage with the hand axes, but otherwise we're not getting counterattacks at all and just like not actually finishing anything off. Definitely do want to minimize how much the wyverns can possibly target Neither, although they seem to be pretty uninterested in fighting him. We definitely don't need, like, this entire pack just, like, coming over here and not dying. Cancelled and murdered. Nice. The advantage actually, like, kind of obliterating all these low health enemies. Nickel and diming these wyverns out, 8 damage at a time. I guess we're gonna end up with a bunch of dudes over here anyway. So he's still going after Jill. But at least we're getting some counterattacks in. Foolish swordmasters. You're not as much of a master as, like... I think that only hit the halberdier. Yeah, I didn't even hit this guy down here, so... Most we did nothing against, or to help the wyverns. Which is good. It'd be very annoying if they got healed. Get out of here. Is 59 physical bulk enough? Yeah, it's enough where he's only fighting Ashnard. Even if Ashnard hits him, it won't kill him. Which is good. And I can trigger the Wrath. But we'll have to heal Ike after that, once Ashnard phase changes, because he'll have more attack. Or if Ike has to fight more than just Ashnard. Meanwhile, everyone else can help try to get rid of these wyverns. This guy's body blocking me so Ike can't get past here. Alright, let's try to snipe that guy. Ooh, plus defense. Good job, Soren, I guess. Valencia transfer songs. I mean, we're not gonna be doing any transfer stuff because no Radiant Dawn, but I don't think we'd be able to get her stats into any place where it would transfer anyway. These stats seem awfully far behind, even if we were to have just crammed her full of bonus experience rigging. I guess it would probably end up being like speed that would get transferred, speed and skill. Hashtag max transfers playthrough transfers. I don't think I have that saved. Not taking the bait against Jill like this time, huh? It's weird that that one guy readily went after her, but the rest of these are just hanging back now. It's kind of annoying, not gonna lie. Give me 1 second, I need to just step away for a moment, and then we'll hold Rice, and I think Ashnard aggro is in a couple turns. So, we're back. Alright, sorry about that. So let's phase pull Bryce. I guess the Rex Aura. Sweet. Yeah, if we can get rid of this Fortify, that'll make things less annoying too. I think another Physics still spawns to protect Ashnard, but definitely better than if we're facing Ashnard with 2 healers. Wait, do we want to... Because we would have to be in range of both of these. We might actually want to Elixir here. Just because the combined damage could take Ike out, and we are giving them Weapon Triangle. So even with Resolve Avoid, it's not necessarily going to be enough. It's either that or we just... Because we just, like, do Miss Physic. Save the Elixir for if Miss has to stay far away. Which is unlikely, but you never know. I mean, as much as the Bolt Axe is a meme, technically speaking, it would still give counterattacks. Actually, it does as much as the Short Axe, if Jill does the Bolt Axe. You know what? Just because we can against these guys. There we go. Are y'all happy we used the Bolt Axe? And Marcher actually doesn't do a whole lot here, even with the short spears. So it's probably better if we leave her out of range. It's the same problem with Titania. She doesn't really have enough strength, even if we had her with a 1-2 range weapon for it to matter. I guess that's where we're going to leave everything this turn. Playthrough is valid. Final map is where I'm supposed to be. True. Looks like the worst of it is over. Yeah, pretty much. Because we're done with the big rush of things. You wouldn't like Ike when he's angry. Bring back resolve. Wouldn't that just be funny? Although we do have, I mean, it's not quite the same thing, but Engage does have Emblem Ike's defense and res bonus. That triggers when he's low. Aha! Get cancelled. It's 75% HP, it's just not the same. Imagine if it worked in Radiant Dawn, the guard cancel Vantage combo. I mean, it would still be kind of messed up. At least just with Vantage not being a guaranteed proc anymore. So even if cancel did work on enemy phase, imagine having to roll 2 skill percents in order to get it to trigger. But you don't disarm exists. True, although disarm is half of skill percent. So now you have to hit a skill percent and a half of skill percent. Maybe slightly sketchy. I mean, he's right there, Ashnard. You may have noticed that Ike is just sitting on the stairs, ready to take you on. Or maybe you're just getting soul that you can't really see anymore. Hooray! More wyverns! And a physic. Actually, what's the range on this? So Ashnard technically can get pulled out of range here. The nice thing about the fountain is he can't fly to it. So if we wanted to go like here. Because I don't think he canters away. So then we can just like completely ignore the bishop. I guess the wyverns might still try to come down the left side, so if they do, Jill and Astrid can intercept them. The tricky bit here is going to be positioning Ike's hit points in the correct place. Because if we're at full, we don't get hit into resolve range. Yeah, missed heal through too much. That's kind of annoying. See, if we back up and use the Vulnerary, that puts us at 34. So then him hitting should trigger it. So it'll do 26. We want to stay away from the range of other stuff. So I put Ike here, I guess. No, like you weren't supposed to dodge. Oh, that's annoying. But I guess that could have been dangerous if we did get hit, because he went with resolve up at general. Yeah, this could potentially be a little messed up here. I guess what we can do is just, like, jump into the bush. Use an elixir. Or I guess physic and then jump into the bush. Either or. Let's pull that wyvern off with Jill. Damn, even getting hit by the silver axe there. That's why we heal. No doubling to be had there. That's my sweeps. Lindsay apparently does. And that's why we bothered to steal it. Just in case of situations like this. Ult-attack skill? Ult-attack skill! Take that! Hey Sim. Cowboy hats in a tropical island. I mean, those devs do whatever they want. Actually, not getting hit there was kind of annoying. 'Cause now this one wyvern survived. Although I guess we can just kill this guy at range and then heal. Because otherwise, combined damage isn't enough to kill Ike if he's healed the full. Can't quite reach over there, huh? Poor wyverns have a tough and path of Radiance, right? Just sitting on their necks and struggling to carry them. True. Oh wait, I'm like, why is this not being able to hit? But it's because I'm pretty sure the fence lowers, yeah, our siege range. We're just barely out of range of Ashnard, so we can bombard this Wyvern and get rid of him. Especially if we do that. Wait. I guess we... I must have activated parity. Oh wait, okay, it's not a command. I forgot it's not a command on this compared to Radiant Dawn. That makes it actually a lot less useful. Forgot about that. Today you were in Fences reduce range. Yeah, any barrier reduces siege range in Path of Radiance. It's kind of weird. We're almost done with all of Ashnard's trash here. Tsui 010. Or shout out to the trees in 17.4 making you unable to siege all. Yeah, it's a little weird. These dragons are so slow to kill. You were planning on one-turning that in a draft, but you think saving the Siege Chum saved you turns at the Bird Lagoons in Chapter 18. Nice. Because as long as it works out somewhere. I appreciate that we're just nickel and diming Ashnard because we haven't been able to get Wrath active here. It's going to continue to be kind of annoying to get active just because missed heals for too much. But we can't afford to stay too low. There's like a sweet spot where we deal with the dude. Leave Ike at low health, but... none of the enemies dealt like the right increment to actually put that into place. But I guess now that the enemies are gone, we can technically attack Ashnar twice. Actually, we can just not heal and let him attack Ike again. He's too powerful for his own good, apparently. There we go. Well, he'd definitely be less annoying on the next phase because Ashtar does more damage. GG. Right. Yeah, Yoshi. Oh no, he's talking out! Look out! It was a slow and hard-fought victory, a bit, I guess. He's touching the battalion, but he's still sane! Ike, I'm not sure you understand the definition of that word. Probably one of my favorite lines. Sure, let's call it Gifka, why not? I guess he's close enough where we could attack, but like... I'll be honest, I think Gifka would actually just get in the way here. Oh, I was gonna turn animations back on for this. Well, I guess I neglected the crits, so we have another chance. Theory damage, woo, risk it all on a 50-50. I mean, the 31 damage is good, at least when we're healed to full, because it always activates Wrath Resolve. There we go. Thanks to GG's. I knew I would forget. Yes, he's a metagamer. Alright, there we have it. The Max Bonus Experience run is done. The only place where we couldn't completely min-max it, or I guess get the absolute maximum value, was the prison. I don't think it's possible even with, like, the craziest possible setup. How hard was this compared to the various other challenges? Not anything, like, super notably hard. It was definitely arduous, because the amount of rigging in order to get the LTC stuff to work out is significant. It was a pretty firm reminder of why I stopped LTCing Radiant Dawn. Might be possible if you rig dodges to promote people. I mean, it wouldn't be possible with keeping bonus experience, though. Because, like, the turn counts are pretty stringent. And, like, it's also basically impossible to get Kieran out before turn 12. Because he's definitely missing the first cycle. And if he misses the first cycle, well, he's just not getting out without hitting the 12-turn time limit. And at that point, you start losing way more bonus experience than getting one person out. So I think it's just actually impossible to get the complete value out of that map. Even with, like, even if we hack the game and force a promotion on Marcia and Oscar, I think it would still be impossible. Simply hack the game and give your units 20 move. I mean, we could do that. That still wouldn't solve Kieran. Yeah, we'd have to have Kieran hacked for 20 move. Otherwise, he would still get stuck and it would still be a problem. Yeah, I was like, can I actually skip these? I couldn't remember. So yeah, we don't need to read all that dialogue. Oh, I guess we can't skip this part though. I want to see the stats on everyone at the end of this. You know, as per usual. See how battles and wins look on the carries. Yeah, in terms of, like, actual sheer skill difficulty, I don't think there's anything too crazy here. But meeting the turn counts basically required rigging in some way. Like, if we weren't rigging stats, we would have needed to rig crits. And rigging crits would have been much worse as an option. Or I guess rigging multiple adepts, if... like, once we actually had the adept scroll, rigging multiple adepts would have been an option. But generally speaking, enemy bulk is way too high to reliably do low turn clears without rigging stuff. Like, the Gromwell chapter especially illustrated that. Clearing that dumb thing in 7 turns. And Silver Sword max strength Ike not one-rounding pretty much everything at the peak there. Play on normal and see how much bonus experience I can accumulate in total. That would definitely just turn into like a Titania sweep. And since the enemy wouldn't be able to really contest her, it would continue to be a Titania sweep. But I guess feeding Marsha on the side probably so that like Rommel's map is possible. Just need a magic rigged Ike with a wind sword. Yeah, I don't think that would have... Like, that would have killed the wyverns, I guess. That would have definitely not killed the halberdiers or whatnot. Yeah, we basically ended up having to finagle things so that we had crit chance. So leading with the killing edge and then hoping that Ike took enough of a beating to activate Wrath. That was basically the eat rock strategy. Because once Wrath was active, then it was at least like somewhat reasonable to actually cut through all those enemies. Am I a Maniac for doing 3 Maniac playthroughs now? I mean, sure. I was always the lunatic before this anyway, so what does it matter? Eat rock is indeed clever. That's why that's the you know, actual new real name of the map. One more just to check. I mean, at some point I'll probably find an excuse to do another run. I'm just not quite sure what that would be. We'll figure it out later. Sephiroth fellow looks nice and friendly. Of course! Absolutely nothing wrong with him. I do have to say that kind of a pivotal point, too, was figuring out how to save Astrid. Because, like, that had pretty long-term consequences. Since, her requiring significantly less bonus experience to get rolling allowed Jill to get rolling. If we had had to use Oscar, Jill would have had a much harder time doing anything. The long-term consequence of Maklov or Oscar. Yeah. Yeah, we wouldn't have used Makalov. Unfortunately for him, he was not high enough level, so the fallback would have been Oscar just because there would have been significantly less experience spent to get to level 10 or higher. It's a good thing never entrusted her account of what happened. Yeah, it's not like he wasn't... he totally wasn't spying on us at all at that point. When you first played, you low-key genuinely expected Sephiroth to be Soren's dad. You know, I could see that. Especially considering the general rules of anime hair. I could definitely see that. Hello, Azure Emperor. Welcome to the stream. Someday there will be a Makalov playthrough. I have used Makalov in, Actually, did I? No, I don't think I used Makalov in my first Maniac run. That was Kieran, Astrid, and Oscar. But I did use Makalov in one of my Radiant Dawn drafts. Because the way things fell there, I'm pretty sure there was like one run where I couldn't get Kieran. And I normally draft, or try to draft for hand axe throwers, or did normally try to draft for hand axe throwers at the time, so... Makalov was like the distant second choice. I mean, he's technically perfectly functional. He has, like, fairly solid growths, so if you do the usual hard feed someone thing, it works. It's just, normally, why would you ever do that over anyone else? You're Astrid. I mean, I don't know if Astrid would play Radiant Dawn. She seems to have other interests. And yeah, at least Makalov got to be a Gold Knight and have axes. Although you still have to work through being stuck sword locked until then. Yeah, I don't think... Aside from, like, some of the really endgame stuff, like the characters who show up in Part 4, I think I basically used every character at least once in a Radiant Dawn playthrough.
どうしたんだみんな待ってるぞ姿を見せなくていいのか
不安なんです私は生まれてからずっと隠された存在でした国を背負う者としての教育も受けていないそんな私が王位についていいのでしょうか
I'd have to go through the list. There might be some that I'm like forgetting, but I think I've used almost all of them.
何をバカなことを
ですがアイク様私は
なら聞くが 俺たち傭兵を雇う教育は
You really missed the whole game. Yeah, you definitely came in at the very end.
集める教育は失われた国を取り戻す教育は
ですがそれとこれとは
違わないさ。これまで立派にやってきたじゃないか。これからもやっていけるさ。
はい。
さあ行こう。みんなが待っている。
Man, every time I forget it takes forever to actually get to the point where we see the unit stats.
ありがとうアイク様。私あなたに出会えて本当によかった。
こうしてエリンシア・リデル・クリミアは祖国を再興した。時にベグニオン歴646年、まだ春も浅い季節の出来事だった。
Every year ago when people shipped Valencia and Ike because of this ending clip.
エリンシア女王と旧
Man, I'm
国
sure
の英
people
雄
still
アイク
do.
の物語はクリミア王国で最も人気のあるサガとして多くの銀融詩人たちに日々の糧を与えることとなる。
Yeah, Ike-sama. I don't think I can skip credits either. Yep. It sure is just actually having to wait before we get the unit stats. So I guess I'll do like chapter reviews while we're waiting for the credits to go by. Let's see, prologue was whatever. Chapter 1, I mean, a lot of the early chapters were kind of just mostly annoying because we had to try to rig good stats on Ike. And then try to get good stats on the occasional Titania level. I think I probably should have been a little bit more greedy with, what was it? Was that chapter 5? Yeah, chapter 5. Because this is the only defend map where we could basically get people experience. Aside from Ike, of course. But I should have probably tried to be a bit more greedy for getting stuff for like Titania, maybe even Oscar. And it wouldn't have hurt to get some more Gatry levels just because it makes the boat less annoying. Was the feet only Boyd level freaking annoying? I mean, we probably rigged harder than the only feet runs. Because the rigging was basically ongoing. But only feet was definitely like more tactically challenging. Even though we didn't have a turn limit on anything, really. Just because of our hampered movement and whatnot. So even though, like, we could... After, like, the initial rigging was done, we could just take advantage of the normal snowballing. And attritioning the enemy out. It was still definitely more difficult to get through. So yeah. I mean, again, it was... an annoying amount of rigging, but not like anything that increased the difficulty. But I think chapter 5... I guess maybe I was probably a little bit too worried about durability, which became like a significant problem in the only feed run. But like, since we had more characters who could do stuff, and Titania increased the efficiency of our weapons, it really wouldn't have been a concern, so I probably should have been more greedy about getting kills and experience in chapter 5. Chapter 6 was a fairly annoying thing. Because the movement for this is really tight, and even with a fairly rigged Ike, these enemies are stupidly bulky already, such that a number of them Titania can't even win round. Like, the soldiers, if they high rolled bulk, we were not one-rounding them with the hand axe. Yeah, Mist kind of gets screwed over. It's unfortunate. Yeah, the 9-turn turn limit for chapter 6 was definitely pretty annoying. We basically ended up having to trick the armors into ramming into Titania equipped with a hammer. Which meant clearing out the boss quickly and then just like sitting by the escape point. So they would use the terrain to attack into her at melee. So yeah, I think 6 is where one of those maps that was fairly challenging on a tactical level, rather than just being like a rig fest. Chapter 7... Chapter 7 I don't think actually took too much, or like, yeah, too much effort. Because the turn limit is more lenient and there's more room for Titania to work with. And then you don't even have to worry too much about the treasure, because as long as you leave that right side chest open, the thieves will just wander over into the middle of everyone anyway. Which also equates to Ike feeding, because, you know, thief kill experience. So yeah, I think... when I was initially starting this run, I expected Chapter 7 to be the difficult one over Chapter 6, but with Chapter 6 that was more of a problem. And owed almost entirely to random enemy bulk. Although the javelin armors are also very annoying. And then chapter 8 is where it started to cause long-term problems via the bonus experience requirements being sabotage. It's for everyone who either forgot or wasn't here. Defend maps after the Chapter 5 one give bonus experience for undeploying units. So for Max Mo's experience, we have to undeploy everyone. So, like, the denied experience that could be gained by Oscar, could have been gained by Soren, Titania, even Ike himself, because it was too dangerous to actually go in with a sword equipped, or in his inventory. Because Path of Radiance does a thing where if you use a vulnerary, it re-equips your weapon. So, like, that technically wasn't a difficult map, and it caused difficulties later. I guess this is one of those rare times where we see the map scroll as just like all very low turn counts. But yeah, Chapter 9 was annoying just because it takes forever for Marcia to show up. So, getting the C's within the turn counts while still not losing out on Marcia was pretty rough. We managed to finagle something quickly, but still. Or like, without... Especially since I didn't want to lose the huge Ike levels we got. I guess we finished Repatriation sooner than the Chapter 17 combined stuff, so... Yeah, these turns all quite low. Also, way less than full recruitment. We actually did deploy Janeth, but I guess we didn't actually kill anything with him. Do I think Ileana is fish feasting on the corpses at the fort? Yeah, she probably finished feasting within the first week. She's a very hungry girl. Missed actually getting 2 kills, too. Forgot about that. So 64 kills for Soren. Otherwise, outside of that, it was mostly just, like, extremely incidental for any other non-top 5 units. So 111 for Jill. Oh wait, Ike was only 4th. Astrid was 3rd with 180. Titania with 198. Well, of course, Marcia was our 1st with 270. Yeah, 4 wins for Volk. And only half of them were memes. There were a couple times where I wanted Volk to secure the kill because it freed up an action for someone else. Missed in her 2 wins, clearly the MVP of the run. I mean, Mist was our primary healer. And it made a pretty big difference to have, like, a horse healer, just because we were always on the run. So yeah, no, not really a surprise with Marcia there. Guess we'll do this so we have music while we're talking about the rest of this. So yeah, basically, Marcia took the handoff after Titania started to struggle a bit more, but like that 23 strength cap eventually becomes a significant problem, which is why Astrid caught up so much. And also why I ended up giving Adept to Marcia. But yeah, it's not really a surprise that this is like our top 3 is basically Marcia, Titania, Astrid. And Astrid almost overtook Titania despite joining like way later. Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Yeah, we definitely had consequences from the defense map. Because, like, that put Soren behind, that put Marcia and Titania behind. I don't know. I guess I probably would have worked on Oscar if we had the full deployment slots. But, like, primarily, Ike, Titania, Marcia, and somewhat Soren would have loved to pick up experience from the defend map. Let's see. I already mentioned the annoyance. Or no, I guess Marcia wouldn't be able to get it from a Ileana defense one. She joins after that. And yeah, that was definitely annoying because like Marcia shows up on turn 4. And the turn limit is 8. So by the time she reaches Ike, like, he has very little time to get to the C's point. Also, it basically makes it so that Marcia has no chance to pick up kills. Prison chapter, I talked about it, the enemy patrol cycles just make it really uninteresting to do. Just because there's no chance of getting any number of significant people out before turn 12. Like, the best we could manage was Titania, Marcia, Volk, Mist, Ike, and Nifney. Actually, wait, was it Marcia? No, I think it was someone other than Marcia. I can't even remember now, but it was only 5 units between player units and greens and yellows. Because it was just actually impossible to get Braum or Kieran out in the time limit. I guess if we somehow had a promoted Oscar, Braum would have maybe been possible. But yeah, unfortunately the prison turned out to be pretty disappointing just because there wasn't too much to actually do with it in order to min-max. We also left most of the treasure behind. We only got the Master Seal and the Short Axe because otherwise we weren't actually going to be able to get out in 12 turns. What else is there? I wish this had the names. Just looking at. Let's see. I guess the port chapter was kind of interesting. Not killing the vigilantes. Which mostly involved in ignoring Z-Arc. The two guys on the bottom left meant we had to do some weird unarmed shenanigans, but... yeah, otherwise, it was mostly just a mad rush to the end. Ignoring Z-Arc is whatever, it's killing Edge though. Yeah, I mean, unironically, having an additional killing Edge probably would have made Grovel's chapter less annoying. But like, I don't know how we would have actually recruited Z-Arc. Not without accidentally killing the vigilantes. Let's see. The chapter where we recruited Maklaw, that was kinda whatever. Like, the 5-turn limit was a bit annoying, but we had a strong Marcia and Astrid, so it's whatever. Oh, I guess I skipped over the boat stuff. The Secret chapter, I expected to be potentially really annoying. It ended up just going quite well. I mean, we rigged that Marcia so that we wouldn't have to worry about missing benchmarks against the Ravens. So, like, that was mostly smooth. It's just Seeker could have decided to infinitely miracle us or corrode our weapon. So I guess thankfully he didn't do any of that. So yeah, that was a place that could have been a pain point despite the preparation, but I think because of the preparation it was mostly just a question of, do we get miracled or not? And we didn't get miracled. Let's see. Desert chapter, that was kind of funny. Actually, that's where the consequences of saving Astrid really came into effect, which I guess on the topic of Astrid's recruitment chapter is another technically defend map, so Max Mo's experience involved undeploying everyone. So that's where we lost out on a ton of experience that Marcia and Titania would have really liked. And Soren probably could have gotten some scraps in there too, so... you know... very annoying. And I wasn't even sure we were going to be able to recruit Astrid, which is why I initially wanted Kieran before realizing that the prison made it impossible to get him. And then was considering Oscar as a fallback. Yeah, we missed the energy drop and the occult, and I think there's a speedwing in there too. So yeah, we missed out on like a ton of really good treasures. But I guess we somehow managed to walk away with Astrid in the Night War. It just took like an hour of figuring out how to AI manip. It was basically a cascade of, we had to figure out how to manip the red AI to move in a way that would get Astrid to sit beside the defense point. But that definitely did have long-reaching consequences. Because she was able to use the bonus experience in a much more efficient way compared to any other paladin candidates. And that allowed us to put some bonus experience into rigging Jill for the desert map. And that allowed me to get more treasure, because Jill was able to distract the enemies long enough to carry Volk. Volk to that top corner. Actually, wait, no, it was carry Lethe up to that top corner. And recruit Stefan and get the white gem. Which, considering we went through most of our gold reserves for forges, that was kind of pretty significant cash-wise. Stefan himself was mostly just a bit helpful in Chapter 17, but I mean, that was before Jill really got rolling, so it was appreciated. Yeah, it was quite appreciated, really. After that, yeah, 17. I was concerned about the 30-turn cumulative requirement, especially since the third map takes 10 turns, regardless of what you do. But it turned out to be less of a concern than I originally thought. Just because the fourth map, Marcia was strong enough that we could just YOLO in. Just go straight after Oliver's goons and trigger to barn early. So we finished that in like 3 turns. It was basically kill the siege guy, kill the adept guy, then kill Oliver. And that was that. So yeah, I guess Chapter 17 I expected to maybe be a little bit of a problem, and then it was mostly not. But I didn't want to have to end up redoing the whole sequence, so I was very stringent about how many turns I took on the first map. And I don't think I really needed to be, just because we 3-turned the fourth. And then we start getting to the annoying stuff. Like Chapter 18, the mad dash to the end there. Because of ravens that show up at the very back, and it's a 10-turn limit. If it wasn't for the ravens, it would probably be fairly fast and easy. Because then I probably could have diverted Titania back to stay with Tenneth and Jill. Or those wyverns that come from behind. But as it was basically Marcia, Titania, and Astrid all needed to be barreling through that fort. And of course, Ike was trying to get more experience and whatever, because even with the rigged stats after promoting, it's just... He was only sort of doing nominal combat, especially since, you know, infantry movement. Something that I didn't expect to be as much of a roadblock as it was Chapter 19 with Nacelle as Ravens. It was mostly just a problem of Nasella's ravens like to hang out beside the boss. Which, because of the way the sequence works when Nasella changes sides, these ravens don't get a chance to react. So if they're sitting beside the boss just immediately kills one, and then we lose bonus experience. So we had to actually manipulate his flunky's AI so that they wouldn't be in a position where they would just instantly die. Is it confirmed that they have to escape for bonus experience or just survive? I didn't check. Because I had the turn, like the extra turn to spare, I just let them all leave. Because I didn't want to redo that. It already took like 4 or 5 attempts. So I have no idea, and no one in chat had the knowledge, so who knows. So yeah, that one was definitely annoying, because I guess regardless of if they had to escape or not, they have a tendency to sit by the boss, and, you know, if they die, then it's lost bonus experience regardless if it's just survival or they need to escape. And then, let's see, Talrega wasn't as annoying as I thought. It was just like a bit of a frantic start. But the turn count wasn't a problem. We cleared that in like 8 turns. So like the 10 turn limit was not particularly that big of a deal. So yeah, that's a map I thought would be annoying, and it really wasn't. Let's see, 21. That was definitely a little bit problematic, even though it had an 18 turn limit. It's a very large map. And there's sleeve step spam, so... I guess it only took a couple of tries, but there was definitely potential there to get trolled because Ina can just proc Miracle infinitely and she has an elixir. And she trolled us a little bit. She miracled twice. But thankfully, it was still within turn limit despite her doing that. But yeah, 21 is definitely a place where it could have been worse if the game decided it wanted to be a dick. And it still took a couple tries just to iron things out. Man, solo. I really wanted the treasure in solo. We didn't have enough trained infantry units to make it even worth considering, so we just siege Tome Schaefer and called it a day. But I definitely would have liked to get the additional sleep staff and the tomahawk. But I guess fortunately, we really didn't need the one aside from the one I stole in Chapter 21. But the tomahawk would have been nice to have. Bridge. I think that zone trigger has made this kind of annoying. Because the push forward at the pace we needed to make the 12-turn limit, it basically just spawned every reinforcement, like, almost instantly. So, most of the map was just Marsha trying to push forward and Ike sort of being there too, and the entire rest of the team needing to fight the 20-some dudes that spawned behind us. It definitely ended up being kind of tight. I think we finished it exactly on turn 12. So, I guess it was about as annoying as expected. Just not quite in the way I pictured. I guess I'm being a little long-winded here. We're out of... Oh, wait, hold on. I guess I wasn't fast enough on the draw. Alright, the ads are hitting, so I'm gonna go refill my water, and we'll finish the review, and then we'll move on to Awakening after that. So, be right back. Alright, and we're back. Let's see, chapter 24. I actually expected this to be really annoying, because playing this normally, it's super easy to get jammed up on the bridge in the middle, and then there's just like 30 guys who spawn out of the top right corner. Between the wyverns and the berserkers. But since we were trying to do this fast, we just skipped all of that. Which is great, because the 7-turn limit really sucks. And as it turns out, because the enemy kinda just concentrates in the center, if you sneak Marcia up on the left side, the enemy mostly doesn't do anything to stop her from getting to the arrive tile. So, I think this was like a 4-turn clear. So yeah, shockingly that map didn't really cause too many problems, even though it looked kind of sketch. Because like, we were getting hemmed in for sure. But because we did it in 4 turns, it largely didn't matter. We left a lot of experience on the table, but I mean, it's not like the carries didn't reach level 20 anyway. I think Rommel's chapter was pretty bad. It had the same problem as the Great Bridge, where to make the 7-turn limit, rushing up to the top spawned everything. So not only were we fighting like 20 guys up top, of which a quarter of them were ranged, we also spawned in a bunch of extra wyverns and cats too by crossing several thresholds. So yeah, that took like 5 tries. Just because for a lot of attempts, we just got to the end and there was like 3 short spear guys still alive. So yeah, I think that one... Deep Rock was definitely more annoying than I anticipated. Because I didn't think Ike would have as much trouble killing all the stuff up top as he did, just because, like, I don't know, max strength Silver Sword missing the thresh kills on pretty much any enemy bulk there is just pretty oof. So yeah, that definitely led to having to rely on Killing Edge and Wrath strats. Then after that, Clash in 13 turns. This map, Clash was definitely a little bit easier than anticipated. We very over-prepared for it, so I guess that was probably part of it, but like... I don't know, there was still a lot of guys alive when we seized. And we fought most of them several times. I ran out of weapons and had to restock Astrid and Marcia twice. And this map spawns... Like, Clash spawns 10 wyverns in the top right. On turn 4, so Jill had to distract those too. So like that's kind of what I'm talking about with the long-term consequences too, with having being able to get Astrid over any other paladin and being able to train up Jill so that she can handle the enemies in Clash. And 10 Wyverns is a lot. Jill is still technically in danger of dying. She was at max defense, but she was still technically in danger of dying if she tried to fight all of them at once. So yeah, even though we first tried it, it was a pretty arduous journey. I guess Nados Castle is another one that was first tried, but we also sort of over-prepared. We definitely almost got, like, jammed up at the choke point on the left side, which could have caused problems. Because there's a lot of sweep spam, a bunch of siege spam, and those generals have like 30 defense. So even a Max Forge Silver Axe was, depending I guess on the rolls, it was between 3 and 4 hit KOing them, which is disgusting. Especially since, you know, Astrid had max strength. But I guess the pains I went through to get Nihil in the Ricard chapter, the one where we had to save Joffrey and his allies by arriving, it definitely made things less painful once we got to Black Knight proper. Since I was able to just ram into Black Knight and take him down through... Well, we still got a Wrath crit, but it definitely put us in a position where I could just try to math him out by getting the 9 damage in on every phase. So yeah, since I absolutely wanted Adept on Marcia to make the mid-game better, we had to settle for Wrath Neela here, and I think it paid out pretty well. Because, man, dealing with the turn limit for the first part of the Niles Castle, I would have definitely not wanted to do that multiple times. It was a huge pain. So getting Black Knight on that first go was great. Actually, I guess another thing with Nihil I forgot to mention is with Grommel's map. Grommel has Resolve. It makes it really annoying to deal with him. But what if you have Nihil, so he doesn't get to proc Resolve? So that was like the one thing where we just had a decisive answer to Grommel there, being a troll there. Then we just had to deal with all of his reinforcements being almost as trolly. And then that brings us to the maps we did today. Izuka's map. Definitely was cutting it a little bit close. Especially with the huge meat walls, like, those, what was it, 10 tigers spawning in? That were too bulky for Ike, Astrid, or even Tabarn to one round. Like, no, seriously, the overpowered Laguz King could not one round the tigers. So that was definitely kind of sketch, especially since we had to just... To make the 10-turn pace, we were face-pulling the siege tomes. So that was kind of frantic, kind of gross. And then after that, I guess it was... Endgame ended up being a little bit more difficult than normal just because moving at the pace we had to, we neglected to raise more units that could have helped on the wings and whatnot. But I guess all in all, Endgame ended up not being terribly different. Because, like, if we weren't rushing through things and we had a chance to get more experience on units, probably would have... Yeah, probably would have raised another Paladin. Or maybe Boyd, either or. Because Astrid definitely could have used some help on the left. She was very much stuck fighting those stupid wyverns for way too long. So yeah, sorry about the long-windedness. That's more or less a summary of how the chapters went here. Alright, so with that, we're gonna be done with Path of Radiance. And I guess for once we won't be diving just straight into another Radiant Dawn run from here. Instead, we're going to be doing a Awakening Lunatic Plus run where we aren't allowed to reclass.